Hello, 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 hello. So today, more safari week hunting. Actually, first time in when the actual safari week itself has been going on, but anyways. But let's see then. How things are gonna be going today. Actually, today we're gonna be going into different areas in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl for the first time this year. Yep. Everything good, really nice today, hopefully. At least everything was found as expected today. Quite quickly as well, I will say that much. It didn't take too long to be finding everything. Sort of the games then. Yep. And different Pokemons. It would be expected to be fair. Let's set up this file first because this takes longer. Because we're gonna be getting Yanma again in Area 1. I'm gonna double check, but I'm pretty sure. I'm double checking, but I'm pretty sure that Yanma, yeah, on Area 1 in Brilliant Diamond. You know, nice one. And then on Shining Pearl will be just here in Area 6. Set up the silver as well real quickly. And I also did remember to be switching the box in those silver, so that's nice. Start today off with a Magmar, I see. See how it is. Be moving it to the area that I like to be in, though. Quickly. Nothing. Did get a notification, but it was about like nothing important. But yeah. Let's see what's gonna be going on today. Don't know how long I'll be going for today for sure, but sometime that's for sure. Yeah, Yanma indeed again is the target on Brilliant Diamond, because I still think that it's gonna be my main target anyways. There is also there's also the Scorubian Shining Pearl. That, if I remember correctly, I did get one last year. I didn't capture it though. Unfortunately, today was probably one of the most boring days. As like when it comes down to the Pokemon selection. But they do be like that some days. Because like in Brilliant Diamond, it was literally only Grogunks and Staravias, apart from that one Skoruby. And Staravia is kind of not too excited about it myself. On Brilliant Diamond, like, I did have 3 areas that did have Golduck in it. One Krogunk, one Carnivine, and one Yanma. So a little bit better options there, but I mean Yanma is still just the one that I'm going for. But still pretty decent options. Krogunk would have been the one that I would have been going for if I wouldn't be fighting Skoruby. But yep, hopefully I'm always having a good day today. I'm having an okay-ish day myself indeed. Nothing too bad going on today. Too bad going on today indeed. It's summer celebration did go also quite nicely. Was pretty cold at times because it was indeed very windy. Apart from that, it was pretty nice. No, nothing too out of the ordinary there. Too out of the ordinary from there at all. Hello, Skoruby. It's for you to show up. I always love when the daily Pokemon shows itself relatively early on. I gotta go for like a few more minutes and I start a prediction. Which game finds shiny first? If any. Oh, we'll see, we'll see. Not a Skorupi already. Jeez, I haven't seen a single Yanma though. Getting a little bit worried, is there even Yanma today? Is Yanma even actually there? But the Midsummer celebration was a little bit different this year from last few years, because in the last few years we wouldn't be able to make a fire because, you know, there's been the forest fire like warnings, and you know, if they are on, you can be making open fire. You know, easiest then you can't be doing it, then you won't be doing it, you know. It's nice though to be able to do it this year though. Very nice indeed. The only problem is it is every year though, is that there is somewhat close by, there is a place where a bunch of people are like joining in. You know, watch like a concert of somewhat of a concert. It's anyways like a big thing happening there. You can quite clearly hear it. Thankfully they don't really play like loud music late to the night though. So that's nice. Because I kind of always hate like when you can hear music but you can't actually like understand what they're saying in there. You're just hearing like bunch of loud noises. I'm gonna start prediction. Same as every single other time then. What game would be finding the shiny first? The word first is a little unnecessary there, but anyways. I could be able to hit the odds today, now that I think about it in EEST. I mean, technically it's halfway towards because, you know, it's 2 games. But anyways. There's Caribbean and I haven't seen a single Yanma. Excuse me. What's going on today? Feel like, you know, Brilliant Diamond is definitely cooking something. I don't think there is any, or is there? I'm gonna double check if there is any 1% today. I mean, I know that there is in Area 1, there is... I'm just thinking, like, is there in both games? Because Meryl, not Azuriel and Bidoof are 1% in Brilliant Diamond today. Oh, they're both like same ways. Interesting. I mean, technically there is one difference that, you know, in Brilliant Diamond I can be seeing Noctowl. Like, that is literally the only difference that there is today. That in Brilliant Diamond I can be seeing a... I can be, you know, seeing a dude there indeed. That is a Noctowl at night. Yanma, are you there? But yep. Also, like, few other things that I did do when I was on my break was that I did do some more fishing encounters in Alola. I think that I'm like doing whenever I feel like it. A decent amount of them done. I will say though that I'm over 400 checks in and I haven't still seen a one Phoebus, and Phoebus is usually, as usual, 1% there, so something's not adding up there. But yeah. Be interesting to see. And also, like, there was yesterday's Cyndaquil's com day. Didn't get but one. I'm surprised that I didn't even get one, to be fair. Considering the fact that I every once in a while only did check it out, and also because I don't know when do the spawns like refresh. Since I wasn't catching everything, because if I would have definitely been running out of Pokeballs. Alright, one is still pretty cool. One is still pretty good indeed. Always better than none, of course. Was still probably one of the funniest things that did happen. Indeed. My break was that I did go swimming, and the younger dog was at the same time worried about me, but at the same time also wanted to play with me when I was swimming. I'm glad that she didn't drop in though, even though, you know, she does know how to swim and everything. But it's still always a scary thought though, that you know, you're just swimming and dog all of a sudden is trying to be getting a grip of you. Thankfully nothing happened though. Just usual things, you know, eating and chilling. Nothing too out of the ordinary indeed. It's quite funny still to think about the few things that are like big celebration points in here, that quite a good amount of them are like family gets around and eats, or friends. And I kind of get it. But then again, when I did live with my parents and they were still together, we did always eat at the same time. You know, around the same table and everything. Also, Yanma finally decided to be showing up. I mean, I guess if I want to be getting Carnivine in, I just realized that if I want to be getting Carnivine in here, I could be doing like a repel trick for it and also have Harvest. I think it works in this game. Could be having that. I mean, I'm not going to, but I could. Because like, if I have a repel active, I can be getting rid of Badu. So, you know, Harvest would only be affecting the thing. I don't know though, how does like repel trick really do anything with, you know, when you're just using Sweet Scent? I mean, it would be in a way making it harder because I would need to be having the repel trick Pokemon in front. Then I would be needing to be going down one or more to be getting to my Pokemon, so too much trouble. Easier when you can be doing minimum inputs. Harder to be, you know, messing things up. But still probably one of the things, I don't know if did I do it intentionally or not? That I did have active Pokerus available, like, on a, like, as a thing for some of my Pokemons. In Shining Pearl. I mean, in some other games, I know that I have intentionally just be keeping a Pokerus. I don't think that I did do it in PDSP though. Because I don't really check out do I have Pokerus or not, then I'd like realize way too late that I even have Pokerus. In this case, way too late is that I can't be spreading it anymore. Not the end of the world by any means, of course. Hello, Reverse, don't know what are you doing? That's good to hear. They're doing great. I hope that you would. I don't know how to read apparently today. I hope your day could be getting better then. Ah, I see. Thankfully, I have never been in one. Then again, to be fair, I don't really be doing drinking ever. Very few times a year. And even when I do, then it's very little amount anyways. Don't care too much about it. I do know that much that there is people in this building that probably are gonna be having quite a rough hangover. Because when we did get home last night, there was, you know, the usual people outside, you know, grilling and like, you know, hanging out and drinking. They do be doing that quite often, to be fair. There's two main reasons why I don't want to be or actually three, I guess. I just don't like to be around a bunch of people, and it's a very small place, so you don't really have any space. Second of all, the smoke that comes from that place is ridiculous. Like from the grill itself, and also like the third reason is that people are smoking there and I rather not be smelling it. I do need to be smelling, you know, cigarettes enough. Just hanging in this room. You know, people to be smoking on balconies and whatever things. And of course, like, neither of the two are too smart things to be doing anyways. I never understood why it was so cool to be smoking in school, like when you were at the age of 14, 15, like, so cool apparently to be smoking. I just didn't understand it. That's just like, why? It's not like it hasn't been taught in schools in here, at least, that, you know, it's not good for you, so why would one be doing it is out of my understanding. To be fair, I didn't really understand most of the time, like, people doing things too young. Oh no. Oh no. Hope you get better indeed. But yeah. It was pretty also like pretty happy also yesterday that we did get back home. She has nowadays started to be a little bit scared when we get back home from like in quite a long trip. This one was like technically 2 full days. No, very long. But yeah. He was quite fine afterwards though. She'd absolutely eat every last bit of food that she was first given. Like the entire baggage at one go. I mean, surely she was probably hungry because she doesn't really eat even though she has something to eat when we're gone. But anyways... Doobie, what did you be? Like, she's staying like mad at us for maybe... She was like probably like mad at us for 10 minutes. If even that. She's just more happy that we're back. We unfortunately need to be leaving her alone today for like an hour or two because we need to be going to buy groceries, but apart from that, hopefully a few days we can be just staying at home. I'm really hoping that is the case. As you know, just chilling for a little bit is also always a good option. A little bit of information about next week is that I'll be having at least one off day. Either on Wednesday or on Thursday. It's what we have planned right now, that we're gonna be doing something. So we'll see, we'll see. I don't know why I just remembered like a time that I like whenever very rarely it was the case that you needed to be like setting up time again to clocks and whatnots. I remember that I really wanted to, especially with the digital ones, because it's pretty easy to do with them. I wanted to be like setting like when exactly like another one hits like the next minute, because in reality it doesn't really matter. Because I will say that much, that if I want to be checking out like what time it is and I want it to be very precise, I'll check it on my phone. Or something else that gets it automatically from somewhere else. Usually it's not that important to be getting something done in an exact of like a minute. Because I will say that if that's the case, I'll be at least myself be setting some sort of a timer or reminder to myself otherwise. Because I will say that much, that when I do be making food, I'll always be setting a timer. Because I either might be forgetting that it is there, or I'm forgetting at what time I did put it in, you know? So better to just be setting up a timer. I get at times I used to be, like a long time ago, I used to be like what we literally call them in Finnish is egg timers. They're literally called that. Like I used to be having one of those, but they are kind of eh. And especially nowadays that it's like super easy to be having, you know, your phone with you anywhere you go. So, you know, easy to be setting a timer in that. Also, the problem with the egg timers always was that they weren't the most accurate ones ever. Like, not just gonna be like easy to always set up correctly. Some would like to be ringing a little bit earlier than others and stuff along those lines. Because for like quite some time we didn't like having like at our home, we didn't have like a digital one. And if like once we first did get a digital one, it was only ever used, even though it could have been used as like a regular timer, but it was only ever used as like a mead temperature like checker. It could have very well be used as a timer though. I think currently we have one that only can be like checking out the temperature though, so it doesn't really matter to be fair. I didn't need Switzerland. Nice. Also, another thing that I'm wondering, even though I think, I mean, at least I know like what would be logical to be the answer. I wonder what would be getting like the edge to be working. Would it be repel if you have it active, or switch? And I think like logically it should be you know, sweet scent, but of course like repel is gonna be having the more powerful one. Because I was just thinking that it would be nice sometimes to be getting in the it would be sometimes nice to be getting in the Great Marsh into a better spot. And that's really like smart thing to really be doing. So I'm thinking that maybe when I hit 3k in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl 1, I will be switching it into inverted for some amount of time. So I'll be doing that indeed. I guess there's something wrong again with the food because I did accidentally throw a bait at the Geodude and it run away. And I will, by the way, still say the thing that I don't care if there is better ways to be doing captures than, you know, just throwing a Pokeball, because I would just be throwing Pokeballs. I still know that I remember that indeed in Kanto Safari Zone it's quite important to be doing like certain like things to be making the capture easier, but then again, if I would be doing one there, I wouldn't care. I think I would still be just throwing Pokeballs. And I know that much that in Great Marsh, at least, it seems like it doesn't really matter that much. No, indeed, in the Great Marsh, it doesn't really matter that much, indeed. Oh. Will I catch the Badoo? Oh no. Not the Badoo. I love the accidental throws. Now I'm throwing bait at Geodude again. Well, it usually takes around for an hour-ish for me to be throwing at least in one of the games accidentally the Safari Ball, it seems like. I mean, as I said, it's gonna be so rarely the case that it would be the one Pokeball would be mattering that much. I mean, definitely could be. It's just quite rare it would be the case. That it would be, you know, the one Pokeball that I did accidentally throw, that would be the one that makes it so I can be capturing the Pokeball. Because I've always heard of like Pokemon staying in like 14 Pokeballs or something like that, a ridiculous amount of them. It's never happened to me. I feel like kind of the max that it has been for me, it has been like 3 or 4. I feel like that's the max indeed. But yeah, soonish we're gonna be having a break indeed. I'm gonna have a break indeed soon, so as usual I'll be stopping the hunting for that time. Continue after the break is done, you know, at stay you are around 3 minutes, so that is how long the break will be, more or less. As well. Also, I don't think that I have seen in Brilliant Diamond any of the 1%. I don't remember. I know I've seen Bidoof in the Shining Pearl though. But anyway, this isn't thankfully that big of a deal. Isn't that big of a deal indeed. I know that I'm doing the like Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl at the same time, but I absolutely love when they are that much in sync though. Because there's always like a little bit of a delay, of course, even though I will be pressing the buttons at the same exact time in both games. And both Joy-Cons, but there's still gonna be, you know, a little bit of a difference. I love when they're like perfectly synced up though. Especially when it's the same Pokemon. So I feel like Great Marshand is one of the only ways that I can be getting them at this same Pokemon at the same time. Relatively often. Because usually if I will be doing like double hunting, it's gonna be quite a different Pokemon pool. Because aside, like, it's just the way that I like to personally be hunting. I just don't like to be having a bunch of the same hunt going on at the same time. That's the reason why, like, indeed, like Safari Week is one of the only ways that I'll be having basically the same encounter table. I mean, there's usually gonna be one, maybe two Pokemon difference, though. I guess at least I want the daily Pokemon to be different. If I remember one thing correctly, by the way, is that if I find a Quagsire, I want to be nicknaming it Siren. It's like a fake thing that I remember. I'd be wrong, but I just feel like there was something like that going on. But anyways, like, few more encounters, then, you know, break time. I'll be doing hunting while the ads are going on, because what if, you know? Break time indeed. I'll be getting going soon-ish. Run away. Well, yeah, one thing that I have found it very cool this year is that the Gen 1 safari hunting is really big. Like there has been updates to that you could be doing hunting on Gen 1. Because you know previously it has been only available to be doing Gen 1 safari hunting only with the fishing encounters, I think. Because they were the only ones that could be having high enough stats for the or the dudes to be able to be appearing in. Or they're the only ones that could be having like specific stats. But it's interesting though that apparently there is like now like versions of like the Gen 1 games that you could be doing like actual shiny hunting, at least in the Safari Zone. Like they would be having the little sparkle icon next to their name. Find it very cool. Oh, come on, another one. At least I didn't flee the first turn, so that gives me some sort of hope that if I catch something I will be able to, or if I get something I might be able to actually catch it. It to be always down to luck though. There's some like information what is the base flee rate and whatever methinks, but I don't really care. Do the rates really matter? To be fair, it's just luck. Chances could be as high as and as low as they want to be. It's just a matter of fact, do you hit them or not? I will say though, one thing that I'm myself a little surprised about is that how many people are actually doing also PTSP in Safari Week, because usually it is indeed it's like everything, basically everything else that has a chance to be fleeing. And you know, it's a Safari game of sorts. And it's usually in all the older games indeed. You know, for red leaf green, or coastal silver, ruby sapphire emerald, diamond pearl platinum. Those are usually games that people are hunting in. But as I said, I'm surprised how many people want to be hunting in PTSP. I kind of know that at least the people that like did start their Pokemon journey with like Legends Arceus and something like that, they are most likely gonna be doing, you know, PTSP, because it is very easy to be set upping. Because if you're already like able to be streaming Switch, then you know, easy. The ones that you need either a camera or be getting like the capture card to 3DS is kind of a pain. But it's an option though. Camera is a little bit better. Easier for me indeed. I will still say though that I think it would be kind of cool to be seeing another Safari game, like a new one. I know isn't probably never gonna be like actually happening because unfortunately, why would it? But hey, I would be quite happy if it would. Like in the sense that, you know, Pokemons can actually run away from you, not like something like, I'm pretty sure in like Friend Safari they can be running away. It is kind of strange anyways that it's specifically called Friend Safari and everything like that, like it has a safari thing going on with it. And yet it's so different from every single other safari in Pokemon indeed. You know, Pokemons, they don't really flee. I don't think that you have your usual options. Stuff along those lines. I don't know what else they could really be calling it though, but it's a little strange. Just a little strange indeed. I already checked it, but I'm starting to doubt that there can be. I'm marked in here. This still haven't seen, I think, in Brilliant Diamond either Azurill or Doof. Even though I did see plenty of them last time. They have suddenly, you know, dropped a new update. They don't exist anymore. And only, you know, one of the games did get the update. Definitely. What's going on? There is a Bidoof. So, Azuriel next. Perhaps. Maybe. Maybe, oh maybe. Wasn't quite back to back, unfortunately. Really hope that I could be able to see one today, though. Not necessarily need to be green, but wouldn't be hurting. Also noticed this year there is definitely interesting targets for people. Like there's, you know, your usual like Tauros, Chansey, Kangaskhan ones. Specifically on the Kancho Safari Zone. There's, you know, your usual ones like that, but then there's interesting ones for sure. I mean, of course, you don't need to necessarily be having a target per se. Because still my only real target is the Geodude on Soul Silver. Everything else is just, you know, the daily Pokemon showing there. Daily Pokemon showing there that day. But I don't know, it's kind of hard to like isolate the So the Safari Zone, if you ask me. Of course, it's not that hard, but I think it's too much work, though. And facing, it's part of the thing. Even if you could be getting like ridiculously good odds and everything, yeah, there is still the question: are you actually gonna be able to catch it? Are you actually be able to be capturing it, you know? I don't remember who it was, but someone did just like recently be uploading a video that they were trying to be capturing a legendary as fast as possible in every game. And unfortunately for most games it's only really an option to be capturing them. Like Lech. Which, you know, makes sense, they are legendaries and everything. But the Gen 3 one was interesting, like... Was like getting one of the Reggies faster, or was it getting... Groudon faster, you know? Pretty interesting. It's definitely one of those ones that like is very heavily using the thing called repel tricks, and then after that increasing one way or another the encounter range. Either like White Flute or certain abilities. Pretty interesting for sure. Then again, you know, interesting challenges are interesting challenges. There are people that are trying to be completing the entire Pokédex in the order that they appear in the Pokédex. I think that it is a thing that a bunch of people have been kind of going for as well. At least one way or another. So that's pretty interesting. Because for most of the time there is not really any issue, thankfully, to be getting, you know, Pokemons that you want. There is some mean ones for sure. It would be interesting to see, though. That if we ever will be getting, you know, another pair of JoJo remakes, are they gonna be having a cool Safari Zone again? Because I still think, even though I haven't personally used it, I still think that it's pretty cool that you can be getting the fact that you can be getting you can be choosing like how the place does look and everything. Find it very nice. I've talked about it a lot that it would be so cool if there would be a place in Pokemon games always that you could be more or less choosing what spawns in there. So I always like still the like games that you can be making your own levels, whatever my things. Always absolutely love them to bits. I mean, I have never really been, in quotes, too good at them, even though you can be good at them because, you know, everything that you can create is good because, you know, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, always like them though. I've tried in few games. Some games definitely do it better than others. Some games do be doing like the custom levels better than others for sure. It's not a thing that I think should be in every game though. I think it's completely fine that it's in only in quotes in few games. It does not really fit every single game either. But since Pokemon has kind of always be having that you can be having at least some part of, you know, customizability, having your custom area, secret bases, whatever my things otherwise. It's a shame that they did take away the cool building thing of the Argoso Silver Safari Zone. But maybe with the other remakes or extra remakes of JoJo games. I will say though that I kind of will be wishing that other games will be having remakes first, but Kanto did get you, so why couldn't Johto? And again, I understand that first games they do be tend to be getting its own kind of special treatment, of course, because you know it's where you all started. It's where you all started, indeed. Can you do something at least? Hello. Thank you for the follow. Shall hydrate after I get the next encounters in then. How are you doing? I'm doing quite fine, thanks for asking. Good to be here and you're doing good. I don't have a favorite shiny. Dragonite is an interesting one. Don't hear it too often to be people's favorite. No, I don't really have a favorite shiny. My first shiny ever though was indeed a shiny Ghastly when I was trying to be completing my Pokédex in my first playthrough of Shield. So in a way, it's kind of my favorite because I don't really have one, but I guess it could be the closest one. I mean, it's not a bad shiny, to be fair. I like bunch of shinies, though. Hard to be pinpointing one to be the favorite. Are you doing any hunting yourself today? But yep. Do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that do be hunting indeed. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for, get something. And if you're doing any safari hunting, then I hope that you will be able to catch whatever thing you find. I've been kind of fortunate this year that, you know, the one that I have been finding I was able to even catch. Alright. Still pretty nice. Always, you know, one with a winning side is always good. Even though it would be only one. Still pretty nice. I guess shiny it is at the end of the day, though. It's gonna be really removing that effect. And if it's caught, and it's always nice. Also, I've always kind of questioned one thing about Chodo's Safari Zone. And it's that why for some Pokemon to be appearing in there, there is the weight aspect for them to be actually appearing. Like in actuality, what difference does it make to be having a block there for a day than like a month? like, what? Because like I guess it will be getting dirty over time and some Pokemon like it. I get it that you know it might be taking like a day or two for Pokemons to be start appearing, but sometimes with certain things it's like a ridiculous long amount of time that you need to be waiting for there to be, you know, dudes. Like in actuality, what difference does it really make? I mean, like, I will say that I absolutely love that you can be getting different Pokemons there, but why is it the case that some Pokemon appear there immediately and some need to be waiting indeed like 30 days? Be appearing there. Also, I'm trying to think. Is it only that 2 of the Safari zones are more or less necessary? Technically, Shinos isn't necessary, but you know, life without defog is horrible. Because Kanto, like, you like have to be getting there, like, you can be getting around that. For a moment you can be getting without strength, but at some point you will be needing it. Jojo, of course, isn't necessary because, you know, it was added in Heart Gold Soul Silver. Just thinking, would there be a way that... I don't remember, is the one on Hoenn games, is it necessary or not? Because I do remember when I was playing the grass, the only thing I need to be going there, but I think it was for the reason that I needed to be getting a HM there. Like that was the reason why I need to be going there. Could be wrong though. And there really isn't too many other Safari zones. Hmm. I'm good throwing the bait, I see. I see that. I'm pretty sure I only pressed downwards, but anyway, somehow I did move up. Nice. Still kind of want a thing, even though I don't do like double hunting that often, or like basically more than one times hunting, is that one thing I would like to say is either with shiny charm mods or just base odds. Like nothing increased apart from that. I would like to see 2 shinies at the same time. Like literally at the same time. We're thinking about a possibility nonetheless, you know. Has happened to people over the years, and you know, it is bound to be happening at some point anyways. I will say though that because always Shino kind of reminds me of Manaphy Hunt and how pain it is. I wonder how many people did do the Manaphy Hunt like actually legit, like they did play, either play through them or by like already played through Ranger games. And then they, you know, transfer them in and hunt it like that. Because it is one of those things that's gonna be absolute pain. And that I would like to be doing at some point for sure. There's actually quite a good amount of ways to be around, like you have only one egg in the, like one ranger save file. Some that are easier than others for sure. Because I'm pretty sure that there is somehow a way that you can like completely wipe out a memory or something like that from the cartridge. And then, you know, play through the game again. But also, like, another way that I've heard that people have been doing it is, like, creating save states. Which I will say that, in my opinion, is completely understandable. Because I will say that if I ever will be doing it to Hunch, I'll be having a few of them for sure. I don't really have right now any shape or form of a possibility to be doing that, unfortunately. Because I don't have either the Ranger games or any of the Gen 4 Shino games. I think it's only Diamond and Pearl. But then, you know, you can be, like, after you get the eggs, thankfully you can be checking infinite amount of them, or the same eggs, over and over and over and over again. You know, you just need to be creating a new save file that takes some time, unfortunately, but it is possible. Interesting hunt, always. I think still that most likely mythical hunts in any single main series Pokemon games, I'm not counting Pokemon Go, is that mythicals are gonna be one of the interesting and hardest shinies to be getting. There is Jirachi, Celebi, Deoxys, Manaphy, Fion, Arceus, Darkrai. There's quite a good amount of them that are hard to be obtaining. Some because they did have at some point an event item that you could only be getting in a limited amount of time. Some because it's an absolute pain to be getting to that point. And some just for the reason that you would need to be playing through a completely other game to be getting access to it in the first place. I like to talk about the mythicals because I think it's ridiculous how hard they are. Be getting. It's kind of nice that they are easier nowadays, but it doesn't necessarily lessen the value to me, but it just takes a bit away from their like rarity. And then again, I feel like Pokemon has more going back to their roots, you know, gotta catch them all thing. Which is very nice. We're gonna be having another breaking soon. Breaks are, as usual, we'll try to be getting something to drink, something to eat. Take a break one way or another, because, you know, gonna be taking breaks. To be indeed. It would be quite important to, you know, give yourself time every once in a while to just chill. No matter what it is. It's angry, but it's watching carefully. Nice. Of course, as usual, it is quite important to be staying hydrated as well. Still an easy thing to be forgetting, but an important one to remember. Important one to be remembering for sure. Oh yeah. Let's switch to inverted. And think that it would be happening before the break, even though I will be doing like 1 or 2 more encounters. Rest break time, yeah. Let's see. Last time I did do the inverter for 500 encounters, I could be doing 1,000. See, we'll see. Of course, and one way to be getting the inverted away is that if I find a shiny, it's, you know, away, definitely be getting them away. I'm gonna do 1 more, maybe 2. I'll leave it there for now then. About 3 minutes of ads coming in soon, so that amount of break time then indeed. Interesting seeing what we're getting in. Because I know that, you know, this is not that common of a time for people to be hunting anyways, you know. But nice to be seeing people be hunting right now as well. I know that, you know, some people do be going in Safari Week like all the time, in quotes. Let's get going then. Also, we've been doing quite a good amount of encounters today in like 2 hours. Like we are above the thing called average amount. It's pretty nice. Didn't run away there. Oh, let's take some more. I want to run away in there once again. I don't understand what's going on. Interesting finds indeed from other people. I will say though that I'm like surprised that there hasn't been that many shinies from people that are like well known in like shiny hunting wise. They haven't been finding too many shinies. Find that quite surprising, you know, the ones that would be making videos about them. I mean, then again, you know, I would like to say that there's probably more people that don't make videos about them and just hunt there on their own time. And recording not anything than, you know, people that do be doing it. I feel like that's the case. I don't know why. So I'm gonna quickly Google something. Okay. Because I was like thinking that, you know, since, you know, I want to be doing some other hunts in Front Diamond Shining Pearl as well. Probably, you know, between this Safari week and the next one. Then that. Could I be getting away from the New Moon Island? You know, Darkrai. And apparently you can. I'm gonna test it out though first. Yes, why not? Because apparently there is a fail-safe in there, which is pretty nice. Apparently there is a fail-safe there indeed. That you can, like, if you get fainted, you can be returning there, but I'm gonna test it out. I'm gonna test it out indeed. I guess in my quick Google search I did find one Reddit post about it. And I don't know if I can believe it. It's hard to be also believing like the what is it, like Wikipedia and whatever things, because the problem in there is that, you know, there is information about, you know, the original games and the new games. So yeah, well, I'll test it out for sure before I start to be doing the hunt, because I will say that I don't have any idea when I'll be doing the hunt. Other hunts, you know. It's kind of silly to think about that it feels like it has been forever since I have been doing Alpha Gudra, but like at this point it has only been 2 weeks. So it's not like even that that long time ago. It's gonna be like 3 weeks maybe when I get back to it. We'll see, we'll see. We'll see how long does the Safari week want to be going over. Hopefully not too long. Hopefully not too long indeed. What's wrong, honestly, with the Soul Silver? Why is it not running away? It's getting real frustrating. One thing is always interesting when you're playing inverted is that honestly how quickly you will be able to tell that it's shiny. If you can, you know. Because some are easier than others. Some it's... The problem is that you just don't see them too often. So it's hard to be remembering what they look like normally. I wonder if it's gonna be a thing on the next one as well, like, you know, the console that comes after Switch. Is it still gonna be inverted and grayscale? What's up, Psyduck? You look very scary. Because it kind of feels like an odd thing to be having anyways on Switch. Like, why? Also, why grayscale? I guess I don't know, I guess I can be kind of seeing them for like... making games perspective. Like, weirdly. You can see it for those. I just don't really see it for like player usability. I mean, surely I like it. It's fun to mess around with them every once in a while, you know. It do be indeed. Definitely a funny thing to be messing around with. And then again, because I remember like there was indeed a time in games that we used to be having like for fun like bunch of options for like different graphic changes. Then it switched to definitely more after that, like when they did remove it for fun. Was a fun effect when they did remove it from there. Then it switched that they started to be having like especially more of like options for, you know, if you don't see certain colors as well, which is very nice. don't need to use it thankfully myself, but I will say that it's a very nice addition, especially to the games that colors are quite important. Like in the way that if it's said that it's specific color that it like is important that you know you're seeing the right color. But yeah, it's nice. It's definitely fun to mess around with because I remember that like a few times I did do it for funsies in Minecraft when they did have like this super like I don't remember what they were. There was super something called yeah. Indeed, like you can be seeing the world differently with things. I like to mess around with it. Sometimes I did accidentally press it and then I was like, oh jeez, I went back to regular. And I remember that it was quite hard to be getting back to the regular one because there was so many like options there. So it always did take ages to be getting the right one again. It was fun to mess around with though. Very fun indeed. There was Zuriel. Oh, it's male as well. Cool. Now I'm pretty sure that I have seen every single one of them in both games. Well, welcome back. How are you doing? Thanks for the lux. Thanks for stopping by as well, even though it might be for a little while only. Appreciate it nonetheless. I hope the Dialga doesn't take too long for you to be getting it. Is Dialga the one that you have, like, you're capturing as part of the story, or is it the post-game one? Okay. So no matter what, you're stuck in there. If you don't want to be doing it in post-game, then. Yeah, understandable. At least Dialga is nice in that it's very easy to be seeing when it's shiny. Palkia is a little bit harder one, I would like to say. Just slightly harder one. Yeah, because you can basically just straight away you can clearly be seeing it. Like without like going through the entire cutscene. Even though I did most of the time check out, it's still like quite far in just in case. So definitely to be checking it more. It's so nice that you can like tell that they are shiny in the cutscene. You don't have to like wait until the cutscene is over. It's very nice. Thanks for the Lux. There we go. Imagine how OP it would be if you could be seeing something like the Alola starters. Are they shiny or not in their cutscenes? It would be kind of cool. Would definitely be cutting down the time that you need to be doing. Are you gonna be doing Rayquaza also in PDSP, or are you gonna be switching into another game? Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I don't know how much a post-game thing it is then the Rayquaza, because you need to be getting like certain shards in PDSP in order to be encountering them. They are only found in the Grand Underground. Yeah. PDSP soft reset hunts aren't too fun. If you ask me, if it's the only way that you can do it, then you know, of course, it is what it is, but... Do you count the resets or Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, it's not that bad to be getting to 100 or hundreds of checks in PDSB. It's definitely gonna be taking like time. Because what I remember from my Piplup resets, they did take... Because I don't remember Dialga, I only remember Piplup resets. I did get 100 ton in like... Was it 3 or 4 hours? It's pretty bad. Yeah. To be fair, I don't personally like to be using time as a reference how long like hunts are going. I guess who it's only using time or using time in general. There's always gonna be downtime when you're not actually hunting. But yeah. It's not that bad. I wonder, by the way... I wonder how would have the, like, if Scarlet and Violet, like, the legendaries would not be locked. I wonder how the resets for them would have been working. Is it like, or would it be like... when you unlock the legendary, like, kind of like what the roamers did used to be working. Like, once you have, like, spawned it in, it is what it is. Or would it have been working? Would it have been working, you know? Would be working in a way that it could be taking like picnic resets or soft resets for them. You would need to be knocking them down every single time and then, you know, encounter them again. Yeah, I've said it a bunch of times. I find myself soft reset hunts one of the most boring ones. For me, Honda needs to be requiring like a nice balance between the two things. Like it can't be like too time consuming, like you need to be checking things all the time, but it needs to be also like not too chill. It needs to be like, you need to be doing enough. I like to do inverted a little bit in Safari Week for funsies. Just to change it up a little bit. Yeah. Because I need to be seeing the entire encounter anyway, so you know, I'll know if it's shiny or not because it makes sparkle sounds. And since, you know, it is one of the options on Switch, then why not? Why not you? I guess soon sunset chime as well, in about 4 or so minutes. Oh, that's nice. But yeah, that's probably a reason why I probably myself won't ever be enjoying like the original like Pokeradar hunting, because I feel like it takes too much attention. I need to be paying way too much attention to it, like, because the sparkle or the patches anyways are shown for only few seconds. Still an absolute upgrade in PDSP. That you can actually be seeing them all the time. Especially in the areas where there's like snow and everything, it's very hard to be noticing like, is it a shiny patch as well, if it's only shown for a short period of time. It depends on who you ask for and like what game are you doing them on. On Switch, they are definitely one of the worst hunts. As I said, on the S3DS, anything before like Switch, it's okay because there is like the button combination that you can be doing, and you don't need to be like resetting the or like reopening the entire game. Eggs are definitely another thing that I personally don't like. It's just so boring. Yeah. I will say that I personally don't mind Scarlet and Violet hunting, but I personally be preferring games that you like need to be encountering the Pokemons. I very well understand the appeal of like Scarlet and Violet because, you know, you don't have to be encountering everything. It's more approachable by like people that only have like an hour or two a day to be hunting. It looks so strange, the background, because it switched to the... Switched to the sunset time. It's looking so blue now. It's not so purple anymore. I guess I'm still in the mindset that you get your shinies your way. It's your choice. Because it is still like a thing. It's not much of a thing nowadays anymore. And people are more fine with it, from what I've noticed. That people used to absolutely hate Scarlet and Violet for its shininess. It's too easy, you can be seeing them in the overworld. Then again, I don't feel like that's the case. Because I have been going for sometimes 6 hours and not finding anything in Scarlet and Violet. To be fair, I'm not using sandwiches and I don't have a charm. Or specifically sparkling kind of sandwich. I use sometimes encounter power sandwiches. And it's just a choice, like, do you get the ridiculously good odds or not? There's nothing wrong with getting ridiculously good odds either. Because not everyone has like a bunch of time. Nice. For me, it's that I don't like to be using herbas because I don't want to be wasting them. But I also don't want to be resetting the game if I don't find anything. And also they are absolutely pain to be getting. Yeah, I know that's a thing that a bunch of people are doing, like they are reusing the same sandwich over and over and over again. And it's understandable. But it's just I don't like to be doing that. So I'm not gonna be using them. And I don't mind full odds hunting, so don't care. Like to indeed be using encounter power sandwiches for things just to be making them more common, you know? I'm glad that one thing is easier shiny hunting wise in Scarlet and Violet though. Even though it in quotes lessens their value. It's nice that it's easy to be getting the like marked shinies. No, it's not dying, it's an inverted. It's a switch setting that you can be turning on. I hope you're having a good day, Artura. Yeah. It depends. Some other games I will say that they have easier methods for hunting. But sometimes reaching those good odds can be taking a while, like SOS Calling, Pokeradar, DexNav. Like technically they are very high odds, but sometimes it's hard to be like reaching those high numbers. Yeah, thanks for the lux. I see that you have studies in the summer as well. Or your summer break hasn't started yet. Yeah, of course, of course. School will be important. Hunting can be done after that, you know. Getting degrees may be a little bit more important. Because you have at least like some sort of a time limit on that. Yeah, this is this is a usual time for that people are in the summer break. I don't know that if I have been in school ever that we would have been having exams on the last week. Thankfully. This last week is usually just, you know, let's just... Like, it's kind of a, like... Yeah, see ya. It's kind of unnecessary though to be continuing the school after the last exam of the year. I understand, of course, you need to be keeping, you know, people in school, but it's not like you're gonna be remembering things after the break. Since the summer break is in here like 2 months. It's 2.5, something like that. It's very long. Depending on where you're studying, of course, or where you're in school. And then like winter break takes 3 weeks, so good luck remembering things. Yeah, it depends. It depends in here how long it is. As it depends on where you're at school and are you from 1 to 9th grade or are you from like that from that onwards? Because in vocational school or high school, it's a little bit different than in university, and in University of Applied Sciences, it's different as well. I will say the one thing that is a little unfortunate that it's gonna be getting away is long distance learning. They are like reducing the amount. This is annoying. Thankfully I was able to be studying before that happened. I don't even remember when was the last time that I did have an exam that I did get grades on. To be fair, we use numbers here instead. It's quite like, it's not usual to be using numbers as grades, but it's what we use in here. And it depends where you're studying, like what is the scale as well. Complicated. Yeah, it is usually like used. Like letters, it is more common from what I have heard that is used than numbers. To be fair, some places like universities, I think they use, in certain situations, they use letters instead, so let's make it a little bit more confusing. Grades are kind of unnecessary for most of the time. I don't know how it works in like other places, but in here, like, grades are affecting what school can you be getting into, what people that are wanting to be hiring you, what are they thinking about you, because they can be seeing your grades. If they want to be seeing, you know, your graduation papers. Grades are what they are. But yeah, still in here. Nowadays you need to be studying pretty much until you are 18, depending on what time of year you have been born, of course, but basically until you're 18. And you start at 7 years old. They are. And our grade system, it is not like every grade system, of course, in their own way they are bad, but in exams our grade system is kind of bad because I don't remember in how many exams we did go above like 50 points. Because it was like, we did have like ridiculously low amount of points, so it was in that way kind of hard to be getting like high grades. Yeah. I don't really know. I mean, I'm of course talking about like a regular situation that if you're going with the usual study plan, you're gonna be studying here from age 7 to 18. Take it or leave it. Have you boarding the end of the year or not? For me, it was from like I did start my school when I was 6. But yeah. There is technically ways to be skipping some years. I have not heard of that in here though, like ever, I don't think. That someone would be like skipping grades. It is what it is. Some people are better at things than others. I will say that I would definitely be having worse grades if I would have been going into high school. Because I absolutely hate learning by reading. Because I don't learn that way, I learn by doing. So thankfully, you know, I did have a choice to be, you know, going into a school that I would at least be learning something that I like. But yeah, technically you can be like, if you have previous experience from like another school, you can be skipping a little bit in certain like vocational or high school or like those. And then like if you have that degree of I've learned from that degree, you can be also skipping in university or University of Applied Sciences as well. So basically, if you have already studied like one thing fully, then you can be skipping like maths and whatever things. So last encounter before break time. Because that's coming in soon. Yeah. In here, I don't know how it works. You can be doing like certain things if you like do like, I know that the long math or like you'll be getting like more deep into math, you can do that. We literally call it long math in here. But it's just basically like you'd get like deeper like thing in math. But yeah. It depends on your situation though. They are in here at least pretty willing to be making you enjoying studying because they want you to be studying. be going ahead and getting soon going then. Yes, yeah, it should be soon-ish over, thankfully. Yeah, soon like 150 encounters to go, then I switch back to normal colors. And Brilliant Diamond as well. Be doing that indeed. I'm assuming because I don't know what you're meaning that no. No. Yeah, it's understandable. Then you need to be going have a great rest of the day if you don't come back then. You know, it is always the case that, you know, live your life first, and, you know, come watch streams if you have time. I don't mind it. Do be what it do be, you know. Of course you can join in whenever you can, indeed. I will say that I personally don't really understand why they so much want to be getting the distance learning thing away in here. I know one of the reasons, because then, you know, it's more like that there will be people from like outside from Finland would be studying in them. I can try to be getting rid of like the Finnish ones. Instead of getting more money out of the ones that, you know, do come here and study. Like, it do be a fact. Like, if they graduate, they will be getting more money out of them. Which is a stupid way to be going, but it is what it is. It is quite often that, you know, things be working that way, unfortunately. It would be unfortunate that it goes in most of like places that money comes from first and everything else. But doobie what it doobie. Yeah, as I said, I'm very glad I was able to be doing my studies when I did, because nowadays it wouldn't be as big of an option. Which is kind of strange, because it was like a big deal in here at some point that you could be, you know, studying things while you're working, so you could be getting a better workplace. And you know, it wasn't necessarily for you to be getting like off time from work so you could be studying. And so nowadays, if you would be liking to be doing that, you would need to be taking time off from work, or like do work only at evening time. There isn't like option for that, unfortunately. But it'd be what it be, you know. Things they do be changing. One thing that has changed for better in here in the last like couple of months is that we did like have like a long time ago Capri Sun in stores. It was a relatively like new thing, so you know it is quite expensive because of that. Like the big ones were €4 a piece, and now it's only like €2, which is, you know, a lot more reasonable price, considering that you're not gonna be getting too much out of it, you know, so it's nice. But yeah, it's nice. It is unfortunately in here, I mean, I guess in quite a good amount of places, but in here it really shows like if it's not either local or from Finland in general, it's gonna be quite expensive. Depending on how much it does need to be traveling, it's gonna be adding to the price. Of course. Unfortunate, but I will say though, it could be worse. No, it's like could be a lot worse. For example, something like noodles that are like specifically from like other places, they used to be quite expensive, and nowadays they are not as bad anymore. And I will say that I think it's probably should be said ramen, but I will be saying whatever is in the package. And they in here they do be saying noodle. So I'm gonna be going with that. One thing is that they haven't really changed prices, but there like was for a brief time an expensive version of dumplings in here. I did try them once, they were kind of eh. Like, either there was way too much like the stuffing, or there was like way too little of it. It was very inconsistent in the same package. And the taste was eh. Wasn't the best by any means. I mean, I was still like eating the whole package, but definitely didn't buy it anymore and don't really see it anymore in the store, so I guess it wasn't really a thing that people wanted then. I feel like also one thing that you like I did I do remember from my childhood that like there was a lot of them was like in stores there was like you could be taste testing things. It was usually if there was like new things, but sometimes it was for older things as well. You don't really see it, unfortunately, as often anymore, so, you know, trying new things is, you know, not that big of a thing anymore. Which I find a little unfortunate. Because I will say that it would be nice sometimes to be trying new things, but it do be expensive at times. I will say one thing that I would absolutely love to be seeing is instead if a old Pokemon game would be like, you know, remade, and it would be using like the same kind of animations as the old games used to, but like have the newer looking sprites to them, you know, or models as they're called nowadays technically. Just imagine how cool that flip would be to be seeing in 3D what like Magnemite does. Because I think like that's definitely a thing that you don't really see nowadays as often. Like having a different like animation when it's first showing and then be having a like just an idle animation. I will say though that also it's kind of disappointing that Bibarel is not like sitting while you know you encounter it, because it is doing it in other places, so it definitely like has the possibility to do so. There we go. Fix now the encounters as well. 15 more encounters in Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, then we'll be switching back to regular colors indeed. I still remember though probably from Blue Boy Finn, because he at least did used to be making a bunch of like interesting oddities of Pokemon games, things you wouldn't normally be seeing or know about. Anyways, there was a dude that did make indeed a video that did say that specifically in the Chodo Safari Zone there is like a check that did you cheat your way in. Like, you know, you could be getting in without paying, turning walls off. But it's just interesting that then, you would only be able to encounter horchatas. Nothing else. There could be like absolutely nothing. It could be like that. No, they decided that just fill it out with rats. I guess why not? Be filling the entire place with rats. Just interesting to see why did they specifically go for the rats and nothing else, like... I don't know. It's interesting though. I mean, to be fair, they did like... I've always kind of be fixing out, even in the older games, they have always been fixing out like glitches that were a thing in the previous games. At least, trying to. Not everything works, Even if you try to be fixing them the correct way. For example, it's kind of weird that they did like leave in the Q-Charm glitch. Because I would like to say that that would probably be one of the ones that they would have been aware of. What are you? Interesting. Because if I remember correctly, they did do like some sort of fixes between Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. And from Diamond and Pearl to Platinum, they did make some fixes. They also added new things, of course, but I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, they did like kind of fix the void area. Because there was indeed a way that you could be encountering Arceus in a very weird place. As every single one of them are, is that you need to be going into very specific distances. It's pretty cool though. I quite like them. Like, even though I will probably never be using like the void to do anything, I still think it's pretty neat. It's kind of funny that you can more or less be getting there in Sword and Shield as well. Not the same exact place, of course, but you can be getting into middle of nowhere. And it's not something that one would be expecting to be a possibility. I would like to say. One more encounter, then we go back to the normal colors. There we go. Okay. Check out one thing real quickly. Everything good, everything nice indeed. Nice to be seeing a regular Harold Azoriel. Another male one, by the way, that's pretty cool. Because I'm so used to seeing it to be orange. I will still say, wouldn't be too bad. What color? It would be quite funny if, like, we would be getting Meryl to be getting a regional variant and it would actually be like beach ball, like a beach ball. I mean, it did kind of get it in Scarlet and Violet with the synchro mode. Like, you can be throwing like a Meryl-like beach ball. But anyways. To be fair, I have not used too much of the synchro mode. It's pretty cool though. Pretty cool. the last time that I did use it was almost a week ago. I was checking out how fast Diglett is and or Dugtrio. Dugtrio is disappointingly slow there. I will say that I still can't believe that last Monday I did get 5. I did get 5 of the 5 of the funny Dunsparce indeed. I want to check out with Dunsparce one thing. Have they ever appeared in Safari Zones? Any of them? I feel like the answer is no. But wouldn't something like Dunsparce be kind of making sense though? Because Safari Zone is one of the places that it's like meant to be rare Pokemons. And Dunsparce is one of the rare Pokemons. But is it too rare that no one can be getting it? I know that nowadays Pokemons can be found anywhere and everywhere, but I feel like it would be nice if in every game there would be like a thing called place that would be having like rare Pokemons in there. You can be getting them anywhere else. They don't necessarily need to be Safari Zones, they could be like other kinds, like similar places that would be just having rare Pokemons in them. But it is interesting though that there is a place in Fire Red and Leaf Green that it's the only Pokemon that appears there. It's very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Apparently, Black Chew and White Chew. Dunsparce was quite a rare one in Rustling Grass and in Hidden Grottos. It seems like only one of them that are, you know, relatively hard to be getting a bunch of. Yeah, Dunsparce is in none of the... It's in none of the Safari Zones. Or other, like, special places. The way to be getting it in PDSP as well is through swarms. Sure, eh. Indeed. Can't really be manipulating them easily, unfortunately. come on. One Pokemon I've noticed also that a bunch of people have been getting this year is Azurill. Cool Pokemon though. In Great Marsh, it's one of the rarest things that you can be finding for sure. If it's male, then Azurill is the rarest thing that you could be finding in Great Marsh. But even if it's, you know, female, it's one of the rarest things. I mean, I guess then technically, you know, Bidoof would be more common. Or less common, I mean. I guess 50-50. And the reason why the male Azurill is rare, because it's a rare one. The gender ratio is more of female than male. Which is super duper strange still. Like, what does it make in Azurill that makes it more to be female than male? None of the rest of them. First of all, they were introduced generation earlier, Marill and Azumarill. I would be kind of getting like why would like the whole Marill, why it could be like more male or more female than male. I can kind of get it, especially nowadays then, since they are fairies. But another oddity with Azurill. The other one be, why is it not a water type? A normal typing doesn't really make too much sense on it. But hey, interesting idea for sure. Interesting that the game now decided to be displaying that I'm playing the game. Interesting. It's not like I haven't been playing it for the last like 4 hours. Yeah, you're just starting to be playing the game. was like first questioning, wait, my other switch isn't on, but then I remembered that the Shining Pearl file, it is indeed on that one. Because, you know, you can be creating multiple different save files with the same account in different switches. It's kind of nice, but kind of unfortunate at the same time, depending on what you want from it, of course. Silly things being silly things, of course. And to be indeed. One game I remember that because my father isn't too much into, you know, playing computer games. I remember that he used to play like one like game that he would be going like ice fishing in. And I was just wondering, where did he even get that one? Because I don't ever remember him putting like a disc in, and it was like at that time that basically disc would be the only way to be getting games in. You wouldn't really be downloading things from the internet. I mean, you could, but it wasn't really that like a thing at all. I remember he did play it a lot. It was a very old school game. It was like almost a top-down view when you were walking. And then pretty nice, like head-on view when you're like fishing. Not that bad by any means, especially considering like what it was at the time. Not too bad by a long shot. And again, like, for me, there isn't too many, like, games from my childhood that I would even be able to be nostalgic for. But I weirdly be feeling quite nostalgic to, like, some of the, like, old games. Even though I have never played them. You know that feeling. For whatever reason, you're just feeling nostalgic to something even though you have never ever done it yourself. And it is kind of odd. Like, why? Why is it going on, you know? Like that. What are you? I will still say one thing it could be because, of course, I was just a kid when I did play those games, but I feel like those, like, early 2000-ish, maybe like somewhere around there. Those kinds of kid games, they used to be quite scary. Especially, like, some of them are, like, weirdly, like, scary considering the fact that it was from, like, children's cartoon even and everything. It was just super scary for whatever reason. But, things change, I suppose. Change, I suppose, indeed. It also could kind of be like because we weren't as used to technology as well. Isn't a big thing in our family at all. But then again, I will also say that one thing I probably will not ever be understanding is some of the nowadays kids cartoons. Because some of them are like so... just so like brainless. It's just sort of like, what is going on? Like, it do be what it do be, I suppose. Getting old. Don't understand what kids nowadays are used to, you know? I will say though that most of the time I didn't understand though as a kid why like TV/technology was bad anyways. It was one of the things that I never really understood about my parents. Like surely like there is bad things, but to be fair there's bad things anywhere. I never got like parents that were way too overprotective over their child. Like surely I understand, you know, parents are caring and stuff, but it doesn't mean that they need to be overprotective. But it is what it is, each to their own. Each to their own. But yeah, another hour has passed and we're still keeping quite nicely, you know, encounters up. I don't think that I can quite hit the next 100, but I'm gonna be quite close. I can be doing like 20-ish more. Or we're gonna be having another breaking indeed. That indeed. Psyducks. Psyduck, Merle, and Psyduck, Merle, and Skorupi are options to be redeeming. Since you know they did fledge yesterday, last year. Do that indeed. Option? For sure. Likelihood is a different story, of course. But we'll see. I'm surprised that so far I haven't been throwing bot in a few games. No Pokeballs. Been literally throwing only them in one. A lot of bait in one of them though. A lot of bait. Big time indeed. Leave it there for now. Continuing in 3 or so minutes. Getting going soon then. Here we go. Nice, we do. Gotta love it. Gotta love it indeed. I need to be soon clocking the EEST. It's been 4 hours, more or less, that it has been on, so maybe like half an hour and I would need to plug it in. I absolutely, by the way, still do be hating devices, whatever things that do be doing the be doing the battery level in the way, or whatever level in the way that like the first whatever is the measurement is, like the first one is always taking like the longest amount of time to be turning off, and then you know the rest of them are gonna be ridiculously fast after each. Because that's what I've realized that it is the case. Yes, the first like section, it's like lasting in quotes forever, and then like it just rapidly goes down. I also like that these Badus really want to be showing up now, since they have only like a little bit over 1.5 hours to be showing up. Then it's, you know, nighttime. Love it to the bits. Hello, cat. How are you? Cheeridoodle. Diddly. Are you gonna be coming to my table and then immediately be leaving? That's your favorite thing to be doing lately. We were last doing it this morning. Yes? Yeah? What are you gonna be doing? Yeah? You want attention, eh? You want attention, eh? Being able to catch, you'd also be feeling a little bit better. Like that you can be seeing the cat's tail and the reflection there. The DS. 3DS to be more precise, but anyways. I can make you room if you want to be on the table. It just can't be absolutely everywhere. It's my other Joy-Con. Wait a second, my cat flipped the camera. I need the thing to be understanding, it needs to be this way. I can make you room. Just please calm down. Is it open better? I can make. If you stay there and I move these like this, you can stay there. I mean, nobody's way. try to be setting everything back. Oh, not that much. There we go. After that cat incident, we can move on. So the cat, it will definitely be bringing us luck then. It's definitely the reason why you did come here. Was definitely the case indeed. What would another reason be? Another video? Actually put that there since you're there. Having a little bit more room for my hand. What do you? We move on. Cat being cat indeed. We can absolutely mess. That's kind of the problem of having, you know, a camera that knows how to be rotating itself. That, you know, when it wants to be rotated one way, it doesn't really want to be moving. But that's a small issue, you know, not that big of a deal at all. Also, at least it seems like so far today, camera hasn't been cutting out. I mean, to be fair, it was like 6 hours or so last time that it did. No shutdown for a moment. I mean, it wasn't that big of a deal to be getting it working anyway, so. Not that bad. Even if it would be going off. You know, as long as I realize it somewhat soon, realize that somewhat soon, then, you know, we're good indeed. Hello, Azuril. Press 2 buttons at the same time, and B was the one that I wanted to be counting. Still the same Pokemon though in both of the games. Nice. Very nice indeed. You don't need to be pressing so many buttons at once, did you know that? And be on top of the keyboard, just don't press all the buttons. Breaking the computer otherwise. You're gonna be pressing all the buttons at once. And you know you're a computer wizard, so you know what you're doing. computer might be not liking it as much. And thankfully nowadays computers, they do be quite smart, so they are not gonna be breaking too easily. You know, technology they do be changing. So I don't remember, it wasn't a computer or anything, it was something else that was pretty... wasn't really used daily, but it was used quite often during the week. So if you would be going for a few days, not be using it, then like the first restart would be taking a while. Be getting it working again. But then again, it was like quite some time ago, so technology definitely be changing. Most of the time, the better. To be fair. Most of the time, the better, indeed. Because I remembered that my mom used to be having literally a device that you could be making, like, you know, the funny number game Sudoku a lot. And didn't, like, she did have one of those, like, devices. It didn't last too long because, you know, it's quite old technology and everything. The problem was with the batteries, like they did like go bad. Batteries themselves did go bad indeed, so you know. It was what it was. Also, Azure Rolls, question mark. What are they doing? A lot of them recently. What's going on? It's supposed to be a 1%. I mean, I ain't complaining, but what's going on? Eating the juice soon and Soul Silver. AKA this encounter. Right now is gonna be the time that it will be hitting it, indeed. It do be a cheer, dude. Indeed. For good master, I'm a touring beta, I see. So one thing that the cat hasn't been really doing, like so far since we have come back, is she hasn't complained that she hasn't been getting her food that much. Like, and I guess it's more important if we're at home than she be, you know, getting food. Hello, Ethan, how are you doing? I'm doing quite okay, thanks for asking. Nothing too bad going on today. I'd be a little bit tired from, you know, from the midsummer celebration, but apart from that, not too bad. It's just, you know, it's not your usual bed you don't know how to really be sleeping in. The celebration is literally just that we are celebrating midsummer. It is literally for that. Since, you know, we didn't used to be having long summers in here, we celebrated it. Yeah. It's not exactly like midsummer, it's technically this year at least was like one day after, but close enough. And it's kind of also, I guess, like, at least from what I have heard of somewhere, is it's for like, we're like hoping for a good harvest that year. Because we don't really have like Thanksgiving or something like that to be celebrating like the harvest in the like fall. Or I don't really know because it's like an old thing. What it is nowadays, more it's, you know, spending time with friends or family. Eat well. Basically like every other celebration in here. Eating. There's probably weird old things for reasons to be celebrating the midsummer, but it just is what it is nowadays. Old traditions, some are staying, some are leaving, some are changing. One of the unfortunate things is because it is one of the times that, you know, people tend to be taking a little bit too much to be drinking for, that people might be going swimming and don't come back anymore. Even though there's people around, but it is what it is. But apparently this year there was not that many. If any, I don't know, I haven't heard. Which is a good thing. I do remember that like I did used to do like some like old traditions when I was a kid with my mom, but don't remember too many of them. There was a very weird thing that you could be putting like 10 different flowers from 10 different like fields underneath your pillow, and you would be saying like your future husband wife situation. You know, things. It is kind of unfortunate that some of the like older like traditions are, you know, dying, but it is unfortunately what it is. I mean, in small communities they're still gonna be there basically forever, but it is what it is. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. That, you know, traditions are no longer a thing. I mean, surely is it sad that some of the ones are gone, maybe. But then again, they have never really been a big thing to me, so I don't really care. But yeah, I was saying it earlier that, yeah, it seems like almost every single one of the, like, things that we celebrate in here are basically just that we are gathering with family or friends and eating and hanging out. Which is, I mean, I guess for some, like, families it's nice, because if they don't get, like, together that often, then, you know, it's nice way to be getting together. But at the same time, if you don't want to be seeing your family, it doesn't really help out in that. I like that in the beginning Yanma didn't want to show up, but after that it just is everywhere. You know that you look a little silly right now, cat. You've been looking very silly, like, today, to be fair. You weren't too mad at us, by the way, as well. I guess she unfortunately gets, like, quite often those, like, clumps of fur stuck together situations that, as unfortunate as it sounds to say, yes. Like, we just literally just need to eat them off of her. She doesn't like it when it happens, but afterwards she's like, nice. One side is nice and clean from them. The other side is, unfortunately, still quite stuck to the skin. Like, too much to be pulling it out. It unfortunately hasn't really helped that much. Like, it still happens, like, whenever it's changing for time. Even though we try to be, you know, keeping her nice and clean. Try to brush her every once in a while. But it is what it is. Some animals to be tending to be having different fur, and there's nothing that one can do about it. Like, you literally could be having two of the same breed of dog, even from, like, the same, like, whatever it's like, their sisters and brothers thing called in English. I'm forgetting the name. But you could be literally having, like, a brother and a sister, for example, in, like, dogs. And they could be having completely different acting like fur. Yeah, leader is the word. Indeed. Why is it actually called litter? Because if you say litter, it just reminds me of cat's litter box. Because in Finnish we have completely two different words for it. That are like completely different. Funny things. Yeah. And the fun thing is, I've talked about it before that, like, what do we fill up, like, no matter what it is that you fill up your litter box in, we always call it here, like, literally cat's sand. It's like the litter filling, that, like, it's the name in Finnish. Or what would you be saying in Finnish? Like, no matter what it is it actually like small pebbles? Is it like sand-like? Is it like wood pebbles? Whatever you use. And what do we call, like, cat's litter box? It's literally cat's, like, sandbox. Yeah. It depends on what, of course, the cat likes. We can't be having too fine of thing. for her. We haven't like tested out like wood things, wood kinds, but I mean, if something works, something works. Because if we get too fine of stuff, she gets it absolutely everywhere. Because she doesn't like it. Like, we have literally like kinds, like if it's like very fine, like kind, then if it's very fine, like it's most likely going to be like ones that like it clumps together. Which is as an idea, it's nice, but unfortunately it doesn't in actuality, at least with this cat, work that well. Yeah. Life be like that. I mean, thankfully there's only very few things that I need to be doing next week, so apart from that I can just be chilling. I love it. I mean, at some point we might be needing to go ahead and go and watch dogs at my boyfriend's parents' summer cottage, because they are like giving someone their old bike so they can be fixing them and selling them. But you know, chill days are nice. Because I do be the type of person that I do be getting very exhausted if I'm not at home, even if I wouldn't be doing really anything. But I guess you, like, even if you don't really realize it, you will be still, like, acting somewhat differently and kind of always be having a little bit of, like... always something in your mind, like, when you're out and about. Didn't run away. Actually, we'll be doing the one more encounter because I'm pretty sure I didn't do it in the other one. Do quickly one more in Soul Silver, then it's caught up. There we go. I'll say that I find it quite interesting that there isn't too many Pokemon trainers in the like Johto Safari Zone, considering the fact that there isn't basically in any other one. Like, why couldn't there be? I understand that maybe it could be confusing if you would be changing the layout, because you can't be doing that, but just be making it that they can be moving about anyways. Randomly be showing up, you know? Just find it odd that there isn't anything there. I guess like in the next 30 minutes maybe I could be hitting the odds in PDSB. Interesting, interesting. I mean, I would indeed know that it could be happening today anyways. But I'm a little bit disappointed though that the game is showing me all these cool like rare Pokemons. Because I know that if it's showing them a lot now, I'm not gonna be getting a cool rare shiny. Be getting just a another barrel. I mean, it wouldn't be too bad to be fair. Don't mind another barrel. I guess it would be a barrel indeed. Who doesn't want to be a barrel indeed? I'm kind of glad that in an hour I don't need to be hearing Starlies again. Today at least. Tomorrow is a different story. Because I'm pretty sure that there isn't a place that I could be getting away from with the Starlies. Unfortunately. As nice as it would be. As nice as it would be indeed. Pretty sure that in every single place they have a nice 10% chance to be there when it's daytime. Or morning, but it doesn't matter. Here we go. I still do be hoping the best of luck to anyone else that you be hunting in need. Hopefully you can be finding whatever you're looking for or get something, and still I hope that if you're hunting in the safari zones, you will be able to capture it as well. Indeed. It would be kind of nice to be hitting the odds before the next ad break, but it's a little out there. It's under 100 away, but still. Depends on how lucky I get. I will still say that I'm completely and happily surprised how quickly I'm able to be getting counters in Soul Silver as well. Considering the fact that I don't have like Illuminate or anything like that going on. I love it. Love it to the bits. Don't have anything at all, I think, that would be increasing the encounter rate. I'm gonna double check, but I'm pretty sure. I don't even remember what is the Togepi's ability. Because Pokemon that have Hustle in the first 3, even if fainted, there is a 50% chance that Pokemon will be forced from the upper bound of their encounter level range. Works similar to Pressure and Vital Spirit. Interesting, interesting. So I can be checking out actually the situation now. Is your ability? It is Hustle. But it just like makes me more likely to be getting like higher level ones. Nothing else. That's the ability that I think would be having anyways. I mean, does it really do anything? Not really, but I guess in certain situations I don't want to be having it in the front. Because what if I want to be having... like, what if I want to be encountering a Pokemon that has a low chance at appearing and it's at a low level, then I don't want to be using it. It's 50% of the time, it's not gonna be too useful for me then. Interesting. There's so many like outside of battle effects for like abilities, it's insane. Some that you don't even think about, to be fair. They say it's quite a good amount of those. Muscle is kind of a bad ability for Togepi, but anyways. I mean, Hustle in general is kind of a bad move. Or move, I mean, ability. But I guess it could be a lot worse, to be fair. I mean, at least Everstone can be doing something, you know? It's not having like lots as an ability that, you know, or whatever, it's the ability that, you know, removes effect of held items. If I would like to be avoiding Togepi to be evolving every single level, I just would need to be making it mad. It is kind of hard though. It's not impossible by any means, but it is kind of hard. Especially considering that most of the time it's the one that is following me as well, so you know, it's gonna be, if I remember correctly, gaining friendship from that as well. they were gonna be having a break soon then. Gonna be having breaks soon indeed. The usual about 3 minutes of ads when I'm also gonna be pausing the hunting as well. So you're not gonna be missing out on the shiny if it appears. $7,000. Yeah, unfortunately can't be hitting the odds in EEST, but I'm gonna be close anyways. I'll be close indeed. I should be able to get you at least to like 80 there. 3,980 checks. Because 5 I can be for sure be squishing in no matter what. It's not a big deal at all. It would be kind of cool to be getting it to like I would be 100 away from hitting the odds. Squishing it would be kind of impossible, unfortunately. Just getting 8 checks is kind of hard. Because in about a minute we're gonna be getting ads. Alright. Good amount can be getting done still, eh? Very happy about the amount. Indeed. Gonna do one more. There we go. Leave it there. Continue when the break is indeed over. There we go, I've stretched myself as well. A little bit better indeed. Gonna be getting going soon then. Break is about to be over. Run away from these already. Let's get going then. Yeah. I'd like to say still gonna be going on for like an hour or so. We'll see how long actually. See how long actually it's gonna be indeed. Yeah, soon indeed, and 100 away until I hit the odds in Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl combined. So technically I'll venture the odds if we're like talking per game. But that Brilliant Diamond file will definitely be cooking something. Another 1%. As I will be jokingly be saying a bunch. To be fair though, that was after like 10k. Last year, the Bidoof that I defined was the last one. Last year's. We'll see, we'll see. Probably would be too far-fetched to be thinking that it would, like, I would like to be getting 3,000 checks on Soul Silver. Why is it saying it again? I don't understand. I haven't like stopped playing the game. Yeah, did you know that this dude is playing this game? No way! Really? I didn't know that I'm playing the game. Yeah, it would be, I guess, not that bad, but maybe it is a little too much. But definitely can be hitting 2.5 in Soul Silver today. I mean, technically it would be the amount that I should be hitting, if we're being completely honest. It would be 1,000. Would be 1,000 then there. That would be absolutely correct then. It's just I'm not gonna be going like that long today, like I could be doing longer ones. Next week we need to indeed be going to the grocery store today. There is 24/7 one spot. If one could avoid be going to one, it would be nice. Because they're pretty far away and it's kind of boring to be waiting in the car. Considering the fact that, you know, we've been sitting in cars quite a bit. And also I would like to say that even though today is completely normal Sunday, there's nothing going on, but it's still technically, you know, part of a special weekend. In a smaller store, there could be a lot less people. Even though yesterday, like, we did go to the store, like, a little bit before 9 p.m. There was quite a good amount of people in there. But then again, Friday was the bigger day to be celebrating. And, like, that store closes at 10 p.m. As most stores do in here. At least the ones that have the option to be staying that late. Because there is at least one store that it can never be staying up that late. Because we have certain laws that how or what times you can be selling, you know, certain products like alcohol. You can be selling it before 9 a.m. and you can be selling it after or 9 p.m. So, like, one store, it doesn't really make sense that it would be open any longer. Because the whole thing is that it's gonna be selling those. Even though they don't really need to be existing anymore, because the stronger alcohol, you can be selling them nowadays in stores. Like in regular grocery stores. I mean, they still probably will be having like more special things there, but technically not needed anymore. It's not like it's gonna be closing down, I would like to say. It's would be quite an interesting thing to be seeing it to be closing. So I very much doubt that it will be closing in ever. Because I'm pretty sure that that's one of the few stores in here that is technically controlled by, like, the country. Like, because usually in here, like, no matter what, mostly every single individual place can be choosing when they are open and stuff. It's one of those places that can't. At least it was at some point. I doubt that it would have been changing. What it do be indeed. Oh, away again, jeez. I need to be making, like, after so many years, I need to be making the bottom bigger. I feel like this game is like 2009, 2008 is Soul Silver. Because 3DS is 2008. Something like that. Oh. Then I type that, then I know the answer. Oh, 2010, oh. 2009 in Japan, but everywhere else, somewhere in May of 2010. May, March. I'm mixing my Mays and March again. I'm mixing them up again. To be fair, I was just looking at the Finnish side. Couldn't be bothering to be translating into English. Oh yeah. Interesting. Then again, to be fair, Nintendo has kind of always been doing the thing that they're releasing things quite often to the previous system and the current system at the same time, sometimes even. For example, Breath of the Wild was both on Wii U and on Switch. Which is quite nice that, you know, they're not immediately gonna be throwing the trash the last console. I like it. So that's something for sure. 2010, I didn't think that these games would be that old. But apparently they are. Or do I remember incorrectly when was the 3DS? I did try to literally look it up yesterday. Oh, it was 2011, yeah. Oh, I did remember incorrectly. But then again, I will say one thing though, and up until the very end of like 3DS be like literally gone, there was new games coming in, which did like surprise me quite a bit. Because I was literally like, for fun, it's just looking at every like 3DS game ever released. And there was indeed like up until the very end. I think that, if I remember correctly, like 2022 was the last year that there was, like at the time there was like, in that list there was a not Pokemon game, but a game released on a 3DS. It's insane. I mean, of course, it's always easy to be making, you know, things for like games for like older consoles, because if you're used to them, you're used to them. It's surprising that, you know, they do be still there. Don't care though. I love it though. I mean, they were definitely like lesser known games, I will say that much. It is unfortunate though that there is very good games for like DS, 3DS situations. But unfortunately, if there is like in a better console in quotes, a game for that like series, for example, because it was quite often that for like TV series on DS, 3DS, there was like some sort of a game made. Because, you know, why not? Always the DS 3DS one was so much worse than the one on like a better console. Which makes sense, you know, you can't be putting that much data, especially back then, into like a DS 3DS, but it's still a little funny. Lovely to be seeing for sure. Also, the DS still hasn't, no, 3DS hasn't still been turning to red mode. I'm surprised. It's been at least 5.5 hours since it has been unplugged. It's unplugged because the adult light would be showing up. It will be charging. I'm not complaining, though. It's just interesting. But yeah, I personally am a little two minds about new games. Of course, like, I absolutely love, like, you know, new graphics and everything to games. They look cool, I love them. But on the other half, though, all games, because of nostalgia, they do be having that certain kind of charm. They do be indeed. Do be having their own kind of charm indeed. But I will always be in the minds, though, that Not every game needs to be looking perfect. You know, there is certain charm to rough looking games as well. If they are done well, the rough look to them. Because you can be doing like rough look to the game in quotes wrong as well. It looks bad. Also, over odds, we do B. Did hit the odds indeed. So you'll be having that as well. Because I think one thing that probably like some like younger people don't probably ever be realizing that since everything looks game-wise so good nowadays, that there has been certain games like a long time ago that they were definitely incensed in like ahead of their time. Like they were looking like so much better than everything else in that time period. I guess something like, I would like to say, in my opinion at least, something like Twilight Princess from Zelda series. It was at a time, it was looking very good. Especially on the console that it was originally made for. It was looking very good. And that is kind of a problem nowadays with like AAA titles, that they have like certain expectation that they need to be meeting in order for people to be buying them. Unfortunately. I mean, have they themselves be making the bar so high? Yes, kind of. They are a part of the reason. So it's unfortunate. That's why, unfortunately, you don't see like AAA titles be making any like bold decisions, because they unfortunately need to be selling. Like there has been in the last few years, there has been few ones that have been making like bold decisions, but unfortunately didn't pay off. So going back to safer routes. But an interesting thing that I don't think that I have ever really think about it, because why would I need to? Is that in some older Pokemon games, if you have like, you know, double encounter situations, it seems like if like one, like if it would be having a special music like legendaries, for example, usually have like special music, they're gonna be only occurring if they're on the right. Like if they're on the left, they like it's just a normal encounter music. Because my boyfriend was playing Black or White Shoe. I don't remember, was it Black Shoe or White Shoe? But one of the two. As a randomizer, and he did run to cure him. First there was a special music, but when it was on the other side there was no special music. I mean, it kind of makes sense that it is like one or the other side would be only the special music side. But it's still interesting though that it is like that though. I also feel like one kind of game is every once in a while very popular, then it kind of dies for a few years and then comes back again. Hello! Welcome back. Throwing the bait, I meant to running. Ah, unfortunate. I feel like one kind of game is like every once in a while it's on the surface and then it like goes to die for a few years, and it's racing games. Like there is always, in quotes, a new racing game. Like specifically talking about car racing games. But like every once in a while they seem to be like very popular. I remember when Needs for Speed was very popular. I think I did play like one or two of them myself. Fair enough. taking breaks is good. You can't be doing it long, then, you know, don't do it long. Breaks, they do be important. Do you like Helldivers then yourself? Do you find it to be a fun game? Yeah. I think I have watched like a video or two about it. Seems interesting, not my kind of game definitely, but it seems interesting. I think that it's a good thing that games have like a little bit of annoyance in them though. But they need to be having just the right amount though. Can't be too frustrating, you know. But just frustrating enough. Yeah. I from time to time tend to be playing a lot of different kinds of games. Sometimes I just don't really feel like playing anything, so you know, mostly it's just on stream be playing something than just chilling. Otherwise. Personally, apart from like Pokemon, the kind of games I like are the ones that you have completely freedom of everything. Some story-based ones. Other than that, like puzzle games. But then again, you know, I don't think there is necessarily a genre that I hate. There's some that I play more than others for sure. Yeah. I have not played the Nintendo Sports on the Switch. Is it like Wii U and it has like online like competitions or tournaments that you can do? Yeah, I guess so. I'm gonna do one more encounter, then I plug in my DS. It's like 6 hours, the battery life. Not too bad. Yeah. I mean, both from Nintendo. So not really expecting them to be changing too much. There we go. Not a million-year battle to be getting it to be good. There we go. Yeah, I'm not as like I'm not surprised that they are similar to each other by any means. Why would they be like? The question is like honestly, why would Nintendo be like switching too many things around with them? I mean, there might be the case that maybe the Switch one has more like different games. Like that could be like a small difference, but like overall, like it's quite likely that they would be similar. I think I have watched a little bit of it, but not that much. Don't have it, but don't know if I really want to either. For the time that I would be playing it, the amount of money that it costs, it probably wouldn't be worth it. Yeah. And like if you want to be playing online, you have to be nowadays playing the Switch version anyways, because 3DS and Wii U did shut down their servers. Like it's literally impossible to be playing the Wii U version online. Nighttime. I love the nighttime one. I would absolutely love to be at nighttime, but I'm just... It's PTSD, clock-based, things are gonna be breaking if I touch the time setting. I just absolutely love the night one so much. It's the first nighttime encounter at Subaba Fetch. But yeah. I'm kind of glad that they did keep it going like some sort of a sports thing in like Nintendo like devices though. I'm like it. They could have easily just be stopping it to Wii U, definitely. I will say though, I don't think that there has been any like Wii Sports games in any of the consoles too big of issues, apart from the original Wii Sports, that if you wanted to be getting from the challenges or whatever they are called, you would like to be getting platinum medals. Some of them were brutal. But if you would just like to be playing the games without them, then fairly well made, every single one of them, I would like to say. Yeah, I think so too, that I've been getting my money's worth in any game and every game that I've been playing. It's just the problem is that I just don't know if I will be playing like the Nintendo Sports enough that it would be like worth a purchase. I mean, if I find it at a discount, then maybe. And of course, like, getting your money's worth of a game, it's always a little bit like, what do you consider it to be like worth purge? Like after what point do you think personally that it's gonna be hitting that point? It's hard to be saying what it is really for me, but there's like this certain amount of time that you spend on the story should be equaling a certain amount of money. Or the other way around, actually. Like, certain amount of money should be, like, giving you a certain amount of like, story-related things if it's a story-based game. Hard to be saying exactly because it do be different and be different from like game to game. There needs to be, you know, enough hours be spending for the amount of money you spend. Yeah. I don't even know how much I have been playing Minecraft because I've been playing the computer one for years. I feel like 2012 was it or something like it was very like, you know, a long time ago anyways. And you know, it doesn't block it. Of course there has been like few years that I haven't like played it at all or barely. But I would like to say a decent amount of hours. And to be fair, Minecraft is like relatively cheap game. And I'm kind of surprised that it's still like so cheap. Like bunch of games that are like that would be more expensive. But yeah, I think that I've talked about before is what is very unfortunate about nowadays games is that they are released half down. I mean, it has been like a problem for like over 5 years for sure, but it is still a thing that I absolutely hate. I wouldn't say that Scarlet and Violet weren't definitely that bad. There's like some games that are in quotes forever going to be in the alpha phase and never gonna be getting out of the alpha phase. It just feels so bad. I mean, then again, there is like some games that are like meant to be like buggy mess. Like I would like to say like Goat Simulators, for example, are like that. They are meant to be like a buggy mess. But a buggy mess in a certain way though, to be fair. Who wouldn't love to be seeing a buggy mess every once in a while? It's a good kind of broken game and bad kind of broken game. I also talked about it before that I like that nowadays games are adding like one way or another like a speedrun things, like they are helping out speedrunners of that game. I don't find it very nice. It's definitely not necessary by any means, but it would be definitely nice that it is there. Yeah, I was thinking that I'm gonna be ending soon-ish in like 7 encounters. Yes, you know, it do be getting late already, and as I said, we have less to be AK going to the grocery store today. And indeed, if I can count, that is 3,000 done today, so that's pretty good as well. Could be going for longer, but gonna need to be having some fun tomorrow as well. The only bad thing, of course, it is that I can be getting too many night encounters. Sad. It do be what it do be. I could technically start a little bit later. I mean, it doesn't really do anything because if I feel like going off soon, then no, I go off soon. Feel like going for hours, then I go for hours. Easy as that. Well, let's see. Okay, in quotes, last minute shiny. Perhaps. What about the night ones? All the night ones? Nah, didn't get a Wobbuffet. Sad. Pretty good day today, though. Even if I don't find anything. 6 hours. 3,000 checks. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Did get the Wobbuffet there as well. Just barely. Getting it in there. But yep, it is indeed gonna be it for today. Tomorrow more. Probably around the same time start as today. Try to be keeping these nice and early starts if possible. Thanks for watching and sticking around. Have a great rest of the day. Remember to take care of yourselves. Remember to do everything you need to do today and to get enough rest as well. I'll see you guys indeed tomorrow with more of this. Until then,